Welcome back to Workers and Resources. We're back in Workers and Resources after an update has dropped, which should mean that now certain locomotives that were previously not animated now have an animation. Namely the... I think this one was always animated. The other small German locomotives. Nope, not that one. Do I have one of those still running? I've replaced all of them with the Polish variety, which were already animated, except this one, which is only there to pull stuff from the customs house. But now, the running gear should be animated, including a few other fixes, which is nice. And indeed it is animated. Lovely. Another fix that we got was that the rail construction office shouldn't be producing exorbitant amounts of sewage anymore. And that is also fixed. Nice. So, sewage throughput through the sewage tank is now pretty much zero. Unless we have, well, the workers slowly pile up sewage, but yeah, not an issue anymore. Very nice. We left off 2 hours ago, 1 hour ago, because I wanted to take a break. But we left off with the planning of the coal mine processing and power plant setup. There's going to be a steel mill and a brick factory here in the future. But that is yet to be set up. Right now, we're going to complete the construction of the tunnel and build out this way. We will need 2 fire stations. I want to have a fire station right here, so we can make sure to send a fire truck out to the mine as quickly as possible, right-hand turn up the hill, and also the power plant, and probably another fire station over on that side, just to be safe. We still need the cableway station to actually bring workers here, but that can wait. Well, it can wait until we have the fire station. We can also bring firefighters here by truck in the beginning. It's not urgent that we have the cableway set up right away, but we should probably plan for it. It's going to come out next to the expo hall, up the mountain, probably through here, and then down this way. So the cableway station will presumably be next to the power plant, as will the bus stop. Or in this case, a bus platform. And this will also help by allowing workers to just walk back and forth between the cableway station and the bus platform. We still also need an end station, but again, we can set that up later and somewhere else. It's basically important for the return trip. Don't really have any space for it now that I look at it. Could place it here, I guess. Make sure that the line spacing is properly handled. Place it on this side. This is probably going to be the location for the cableway station. Autosave. Okay, didn't ruin my footpath. Fire station nearby and the end station. And maybe leaving the room up here open so we can get to the steel mill also from that direction. Still need to keep in mind that I want to have a rail access here, which is not supposed to load from the coal storage for the power plant, but probably another coal storage. The next coal storage, presumably. We want to have 450-meter long trains here. I need to make sure they can actually park in this area. There's enough space, 600 meters. If I put the next storage here, for example, well, basically it would be another conveyor engine with the storage below it. I can put the mountain back a little bit to give myself more space. Fire station here, I think. That should be okay. And yeah, we should build the fire station up before we set up anything else and run some personal cars to it. Make sure everything here stays safe as we build it up. Doesn't burn down. So, we'll build towards the fire station, set it up, and the bus platform, and maybe the end station even. I should build a vehicle depot somewhere in this location. I still need to set up the technical services. Everything here is a little bit janky. Let me get up the technical services. Two 4-slot technical services should be able to handle the whole area. We also still have this bus stop. Like, I don't need that anymore. That's just wasting workers. Just don't send workers from here to another platform. And once you're out of workers, we can get rid of you. That might create some unemployment, but that's okay. This could be the technical service for water. Just drives in, picks it up, and brings it into the city. And right next to it, we could have the waste one as well, or over here where the coal power plant was previously. I could also choose a larger technical service. We could combine water and waste. I don't think having a dedicated large waste truck makes any sense, because there's no industry nearby. Early start stream looks inside 1976. Yeah, 1930 early start is when we started. And let me know if you see any vehicles that are newer than 1960. So we're still using all the old vehicles. Hello, Maestro. Welcome. We're permanently stuck in the past. That makes sense. How's the other larger technical service? 13 slot would be extremely overkill. Yeah, it would be wider, not taller. Okay, it's fine. If we need more technical services, we can build another one, but I guess we can have one that does waste and water. Show the chugga chugga. Chugga chugga. Right there. Hello Project 7. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome everyone. I thought you just started Workers and Resources like an hour ago. Welcome Raiders, I'm the Sprite. I stream Workers and Resources in English, but we can also talk German. I like long trains. Hello Pilsbear, please put down the fire, thank you. I like myself some long trains. What can I say? We're playing from early start. We're stuck in the olden times, vehicles from 1960 or earlier. It is 1974, but we are not upgrading. Who doesn't like long trains? Everyone likes long trains. Some just don't know it yet. I've given a tour last time. I was raided by Project 7. But again, we started in Nakorov, which is on the southeastern side of Siberia, with a small settlement named Gugoshny. We recently hooked it up to also have passenger trains running. So that's pretty neat. Further on, we developed towards our first city location, Bugodonsk, that is running to clothing factories. Very unreliably this time. And an iron mine setup, which is making us a lot more money. Maybe too many workers here right now. Maybe I need to bring some back to the clothing factory. Then we got into a fuel crisis where fuel prices spiked up to over 10,000 rubles per ton. And I scrambled for a bunch of time to not have to export any oil, because I wanted to do something other than oil. But it didn't help. I had to start exporting oil to try and drive down the fuel price, which took a couple of years. After the iron mine, we have an oil well, a single oil well, that produced us a lot of income. It wasn't the only oil well, but we started it around 1950-ish, when the oil prices drove over 8,000 rubles or 6,000 rubles per ton. And ever since then the price has somewhat stabilized. Passenger trains are so fine, yeah. We get another oil well past Sovskoye, which is our fourth settlement, but the third one is on the way there, a small village named Tomasnoy, which helped us build the fourth settlement. It provided extra workers with a cluster of barracks, but has since been shrunk back down to just make sure the area is protected from fires, and has a gas station nearby, and just allows vehicles traveling through to not run into any fuel issues. And then we come to Sovskoye, our latest settlement, that we're trying to currently develop a steel mill, bricks factory, and coal mine setup for. Although there's another coal mine set up right next to it. We have a coal mine that is going to be appearing up here, where people can walk to from the bus stop. Quite the footpath up the hill, 60 meters height difference, but it'll keep them fit. And then 4 processing plants feeding down the coal into this valley, which is going to get a coal power plant. And we'll have the steel mill and a bricks factory. That is the new plan for this settlement that we're trying to develop into. Sovskoye also runs a food factory, distillery, and meat production setup right here, where we're producing food and alcohol for export and meat just for domestic consumption. Looks like I limited the worker amount a little bit much, so I will increase the amount of workers to... Oh no, we have machine replacement. Why are you not supplying mechanical and electronic components? They are right here. Maintenance. Maintenance office is assigned to those. Kavartal. You're working for this. And you're not assigned, I guess. But you are in range. Why are the maintenance officers not assigned? Is that because of the limited bus accessibility that I put down here? That might be the reason. I put down a traffic sign limiting access for buses through this area, in the hopes that buses would not drive in here to get into the city, but use the main bridge instead. So I assume that the maintenance buildings, yes, check their accessibility by buses instead. So now all the maintenance buildings are actually assigned. Only 4 settlements so far. 2 smaller ones, 2 medium-sized ones. Oh god. That pump check also needs to have some maintenance done. A free construction office is not enough. I'm managing these manually. If they crash and burn, like, it's fine, we can rebuild them. They don't cost that much. Losing the vehicle route to them would be a lot more annoying, I guess. Small cableway station, reconstruction in progress. I guess that is for the food factory in Sovskoye. That was running into the issue with no access by the maintenance officers, I think, but hopefully that's now fixed. If I check who has access to that, I guess I'll see. Yes, the maintenance construction officers will have access. It's 2.1 kilometers away though, so I should increase that to the appropriate number. Make sure that they can get there, no problems. And that's what we've been doing. Trying to set up... We set up this settlement around a large train station, and I also recently built a sizable expo hall from the DLC. And it's being visited quite well. Like, it acts as an attraction building, as a culture building. It's like a larger cinema. It also acts as an attraction building, which is pretty neat. The cinema is still visited, but yeah, could consider maybe tearing it down. I don't think so though. I have a huge variety of buildings. We also set up a restaurant. I don't know if the restaurant acts as an attraction, because it still has an attraction rating, but it doesn't have an attraction category. The expo hall has an attraction type museum, but people can get culture in there, so I'm not sure if all of the museums allow you to do that. In the future we'll have a rail line come down through the mountain and hook up all of the exports we want from this area by train. The exports will be coal, bricks and steel. Not all via the same train, but existing trains that are already running in a loop, like the trains bringing construction materials to the area, just go over here, pick up bricks and steel, and then supply all the cities with the material, and then maybe export the excess. That would leave prefab panels as the material that we would still need to make ourselves after we get steel and bricks set up. Iron would have to come in by train, which we've already hooked up with the iron mine in Bugodonsk. We would just have to change the railroad to carry the iron to the city, and then we would also have to change the train engines to a faster engine, because between the two cities we are running passenger trains, and slower industrial trains would delay them a little bit too much. Speaking of which, okay, there's a passenger train. I might have to make them larger. I mean, right now they're not quite at capacity yet, but they're getting kind of close. All of those workers going either to the iron mine or the clothing factory. Although the clothing factory seemed to be a little bit undersupplied with workers. I have to check the bus route there. What's going on? The heating plant is also next to the clothing factories, but to make sure that if this route has any issues, that we don't run into any problems, there is a footpath with another stop here that people can walk to, and then either go to the heating plant, or if it's fully occupied, just go to the existing bus platform. And this bus platform, this bus stop will send 50% of its workers back to the heating station, so that we have a continuous cycle to make sure that the heating plant will work regardless of if the bus route does or not. But yeah, there should be, and there usually were, a lot more workers on this route. I'm not sure what delays we had. It seems to have been an issue. Bugodonsk is our only settlement that has universities at this moment. I'm tempted to tear down the small party HQ and replace it with a large one in Sovskoy. But yeah, our republic does not have any routes from other settlements that carry students to the city. Even Sovskoy gets its highly educated people from Bugodonsk. And the way we do this is by limiting access to certain houses to only highly educated people. And when the citizens in here die or pass away, at that point, well, a highly educated person from Bugodonsk can move into the city, into that building. And that works quite well. We just every now and then have to check that the graph for highly educated people stays on track with what we're actually expecting. And since we're micromanaging all the buildings, even those for regular education, we will not exceed a certain amount of highly educated people in our republic. At some point we will have a number of 21-year-olds without their own flat, and it could be either regular educated citizens, highly educated, or highly educated citizens. Like, that number doesn't tell us which of the population groups is like we have too much of. Based on the number that it's 19% highly educated, we might be at the limit. But I can verify that by checking 3 flats. It could also be that all houses are now completely filled. That is the other possibility. There's still more housing to be built. It looks like all buildings are full, so both highly educated and regular education citizens are at full capacity. There's more train traffic through this area now, so maybe I should consider replacing this with a tunnel. I had the consideration of having a tunnel out this side of the hill, and we could just have a corner here leading all the vehicles through this station. That wouldn't be a bad setup. And then maybe a side entrance to the clothing factory from that end. We could run the buses in through here with the tunnel exit on that side. It would basically allow the vehicles to bypass this junction, especially for left-hand corner vehicles. Would be quite helpful. Second stream, yet no airfields. Shake my head. Yeah, no airfields. As usual. I thought I saw there were no workers having accessibility to the cable station, having maintenance despite having a worker construction office. Yeah, I forbid buses from going there. I had a no bus access sign which put it slightly out of range and therefore didn't assign itself properly. But that should now be corrected. So we could have a tunnel exit like this. I'm thinking of maybe setting up 2 tunnels for both lanes. I'm not really running both lanes, but for the city it might make sense to have this split up into 2 separate tunnels for both directions. Just so we can avoid left-hand corners. The maintenance of the cableway station has all resources. And is sending workers here now, so this is working correctly again. Thanks for checking it out. And the livestock farm is also being maintained, just needs some more mechanical components, which are now being delivered. You know the road design is poor when tunnels start spawning everywhere. Well, I didn't want to set it up perfectly right away. I wanted to see how it would look like if we started developing it from like early days to when the capacity grows, see what it feels like. That's the idea I had. That's also why there's a lot of above ground wires here. I need that power plant. We are limited on electricity. I have the customs house connected with a 5 megawatt wire and we're getting close to... Sometimes we're already above 4 megawatt, during the night mainly. So the new power plant is kind of important. I mean, with the volume increase of trains, the road design itself is fine, it's just that trains are causing a few traffic jams here. It's not the end of the world, it's just a little bit annoyed at the reduced volume of like clothing factory throughput. Also the fact that we're getting more workers into the iron mine rather than the clothing factory is because, well, the passenger trains are delivering workers to the train platform, which are then going to the cableway station. So the cableway station does have priority at the moment. I guess I did set that up myself, I could balance that. Let's throw in this bus stop and send an equal amount of workers everywhere. They're both in walking distance, so it'll work fine. We get another train with 200 workers, then half of them can go to each factory. We do have too much iron now. So this is our power plant with its accompanying coal storage, going through 4 processing plants, being fed from a very high quality coal mine. I think that one was at 95, 96%. That was really good. And then there's another reasonable quality coal source in them hills right here. At 85, I think, was the highest. So there's a ridiculous amount of coal here that we could feed into a steel mill. Way more than a steel mill needs. If we want to try and run one at full throughput. Because extra cities could bring their workers here, of course. We will have a cableway station next to the expo hall that will carry workers over to the new setup. After we set up the fire station and the cableway station, of course. And then from here, they get carried over to the coal mine and processing plants by bus, I think. But yeah, new workers could arrive by train and not just go over to the food factory, but the new coal mine setup, or setups if it's multiple. I think only one is going to be sufficient. And having my own electricity will be really helpful because of the throughput limitation I put on myself via the customs house. I know I can draw a power line to another customs house all across the map to fix it, but we have that limitation now and we should deal with it. This is a random map or workshop. This map is Siberia from the Biomes DLC. That's why it's March and it's still winter. 7 months of winter on this map. And very cold. Makes heating a lot more important. And puts your heating plants to the test. We're paying back our loans quite well. Could combine them at some point, but no need right now. We still have money in the bank. I should take out another loan soon. I'd rather be like over 1 million rubles at all times just to not run into any monetary issues. But yeah, that's what we planned at the end of the stream, and now we're starting to build it. Tunnel taking a while. Electricity, water and sewage still need to be set up. It'll have its own transformer eventually, but I think the power connections will just come directly from the power plant. I might give it a medium voltage switch, so we can bring a power line from the power plant to the medium voltage switch, then distribute it to the area, and later on replace that power line with a connection from a high voltage connection from the power plant and customs house, depending on what is still working. I mean, once the power plant starts working, this area should always make more coal. There will be several warnings in place before the power plant should be affected with lack of resources. The cableway station needs to have access over the mountain. Going from here somewhere into the city. The path currently marked looks decent. We might have to flatten a little bit of this. Could go up the hill on this side and then snake down here. Cableway station should be in range of the train station, but we're not that far away from it. I should also push back the hill as much as I want, in case I would like to extend the settlement, which is definitely something I want to do. Once we have our own coal supply in the area, there's also a very high likelihood that we might set up a second heating plant to have more people live here. Since this area is making our food, meat, and alcohol for the Republic, having also the coal production from the same settlement's location is kind of centralizing ourselves around this city. And we just need to throw the workers around appropriately to where they're needed. So it shouldn't be too difficult to get a road up here to hook up the cableway towers. Yep, missing meat. There was an issue with the maintenance of the livestock farm, but that has been resolved now and the production can resume. Hopefully, it's going to keep up with the demand. The cities themselves still have an extra storage, so there's no need to worry just yet. It's just that our production storage ran empty. With a footpath from this side, we're below 300 meters to get to the train station, so well within range. We have electricity, don't need anything else for the cableway station. One of them has to be connected by a road so we can deliver cableway cars to it, which is going to be the one at the power plant. That has been decided. Don't need the one in the city to have that connection. And now would be the time to place the cableway towers. We're going to go for heavy cableway poles because we want the highest throughput in this area. And heavy cableway poles allow you to run the heaviest cableway cars that there are. I'm gonna get some good distance out of these hills. Oh. Now that collapsed it. Is it still good? Yes. Okay. I might have to flatten this hill away. I don't really want to build... Is that a cliff? Oh, it's just a minor cliff. Okay, we can build on top of that. I just have to make it smooth enough to place the cableway tower on top of it. And then 2 more towers, I think, and we'll be connected. Maybe a 3rd one. Make sure everything is smoothly connected. There's nothing too sharp about the cables, and they're not like sagging down too much. And we have our cableway line, I believe. We'll need enough room for road access here. This would be smooth, straight, and now enough room for the road access, like mentioned. I guess we could also bring the road up on this side, just have a road coming from both directions. Do I want to have a road from here? I guess so. From this we could bring a road across. Doesn't have to be asphalt, it's just there for maintenance purposes and initial construction. Switchbacks? There's no switchbacks here, I don't think. I think this will go in one smooth motion, I believe. Well, maybe we go left, right here. This tower, I guess, is the one that's not clear yet. I'll come back to my... and hello, God. But the general layout has been set, which will allow us to hook everything else up more easily, make sure the cableway itself looks fairly smooth. That'll work. And then this one. I hope that's switchbacky enough, if that works. Too steep. Would have expected a path to the pylons for maintenance. Fully at the best of times. Yep. We'll just run it up the mountain, it's fine. I'm not sure if the cable connection will still work. Yes, it does, okay. Very good. That road is therefore fine. Just another problem to solve indeed. That's what we're here for. Need to disconnect the cables again. There we go. Maybe we're not gonna have access from this side. I would have to flatten this, get a wider corner. I mean, it's seemingly doable. Is it worth the effort? This area might have its own construction office for maintenance anyway. This seems very, very ambitious. That's a pretty steep slope. I guess we could also bring it down on that side. Doesn't make the slope any shallower though. But a little bit more space here might just make it work. Oh god, no. This maybe a bit too much. We'll see what the area needs. Right now we're gonna leave the maintenance access where it is. And maybe at some point we will hook up a road connection through here, but right now I don't think we need one. Could also be another tunnel, of course. Look, you were close, yeah, but it just looked like that. It's just such a steep slope. I might be able to get a road connection from here along the mountainside to easily make it, but this is maybe a bit close. Or we just go underneath and hook up from this side, but I don't know what the rail connection and the steel mill looks like, and right now only having a single road up here is still going to be sufficient. No need to worry about that. We'll set it up. Worry about how the footpath is going to look like later. Do I set up another passenger train? No, not yet. We're also less than 200 citizens away from a research point. And I did say I wanted to have more housing. kind of want to go for the more higher density housing on the outside. I guess I can set up one here. Probably also a grocer in that area. We do have it as a shopping center, but it's not as efficient. And that one might be... well, I guess right now it's still fine. We can plan for the grocer later. Okay, there's too many buses on this line. We'll let the line space itself out to the correct amount and then see what adjustment we can make. Wait until the road is done and then we'll place the footpaths. We will need another kindergarten. I might move this kindergarten and this house out of the way. I don't like the way they look. I like the clinic fine against the train station, I guess. But this looks a little bit wonky, and the kindergarten that close to the train station looks a bit odd. So we might just have two kindergartens up here, dealing with the higher density housing area. And this house might just relocate its citizens elsewhere, and we'll flatten it and put a larger house in place of this. Maybe even move the waste storage over. Give us a little bit more space. Yeah, I'm gonna make that move. A kindergarten here, and then another one in a different place. Could also be down this way. Well, a grocer will also be built up here in the near future. What about the smaller ones? They have the same efficiency, it's just more buildings. They're slightly smaller. Way smaller. No, I'll use the larger one, I think. The smaller one is... The larger one is 50% more efficient. Like, not efficient, but it has 50% more capacity. But it feels like it's more than 50% the size. Maybe I'll just start using these. And we'll have a few more. Ooh, so close. It does fit. Yeah, sure. We'll replace the kindergartens with newer ones that are smaller, but more numerous. These two can phase out the single kindergarten and have a little bit more capacity. 33% more. We'll have to make that footpath straight manually. I don't know if there's room for waste storage, but there should be. There is indeed. That's barely enough room for a footpath through there. I'll give it a little bit more space. Maybe another waste storage up there. Because why not? That reminds me our technical service might be done now, and we can relocate our vehicles in. Yep, it's done. It shouldn't really go to the factory itself. I don't think I can prevent that. If it does, then it's unfortunate, but the local technical service will handle all local waste normally. You will have your assignments copied from this one and the water one. And I think that adds them both together onto the same building. There we go. And then we can just move all the vehicles in. Maybe another water and sewage truck. They're getting a little bit small. Sovskoye water substation. Ah, that's fine. Building housing out here further should still be fine because we have our heat exchanger nearby. And I would like to have a few more of these housing blocks. They give it that aesthetic of higher density, like industrialized city. Although we should probably thin it out. I do have the ability to have more higher density inwards. What about a road? Footpath connection to the repair station along this side. I haven't upgraded this yet to a proper road with street lamps. But yeah, we should probably upgrade that road too. There's nothing else back here other than the old grocer and clinic. No highly educated into the new houses for now, until we see that it is going to be necessary. Guess we'll hook this up to the existing footpath. Yeah, sure. I don't want to have another pedestrian crossing in that area. That would look silly, having two right next to each other, I think. So we'll try and make that not a thing. This footpath is still wonky, and I get tricked by perspective. I should just use the alignment with the footpaths here. That seems like it should be enough. Looks better. Okay, that looks better. That's definitely going to give us enough population to get the research point. If we want one. Do we have the heating for all of these houses? I should probably consider placing the last heat exchanger. I wanted to have at least 2 up here for these housing complexes. And the new houses would be a little bit far away. So that one should be doable. We have one here. One there, and then... yeah, that should be fine. I want the housing outline to match, not necessarily the footpath itself. So I want this to be flush, even if it means the footpath looks a little bit wonky. That would be the last heating pipe and the only one that kind of crosses over another heating pipe unintentionally, but we had already have heating pipes cross each other, and it's not the worst. Okay, make sure the heat exchanger is built. It does have electricity. Another substation wouldn't hurt, I guess. But right now it's fine. Water truck isn't overly busy, so that's okay. And the waste trucks are also fine. Tunnels being paved. After it's done, I can build the bus stop, the fire station, and then we can start working on the cableway station. Might just hook it up with a dirt road for now, while we figure out how the footpath is going to be hooked up in the future. And if there's more housing nearby, because there's a heat exchanger here. But this is kind of like our culture and entertainment district. Lots and lots of service buildings around. Loyalty is still at 32. Maybe some more monuments in this area would help. Kindergarten in place. Just need the second one, and then this one could be made obsolete. I definitely don't want to transport the coal to a steel mill in a different location. The steel mill will have to be in this place. If we can fit the brick factory in, that's fine. That's fine. I don't foresee any space concerns with that. The steel mill is the largest building. Oh. Game did not like me selecting the steel mill right there. Interesting. Let's go right back. Two minutes after autosave. Was it from high up again? It was about this height. From here. We should be able to run the steel mill without any storages. Like the coal gets shoved into the building via conveyor. So technically that one would be a storage. Would get its own conveyor. I don't know if it gets a dedicated storage outside. It has its own internal storage of only 150 tons, but it still has an internal storage, which is good enough for half a day. Less than half a day. But yeah, for consuming that much, I don't know. We're not transporting coal by train. Iron though, we're transporting by train, and also 150 tons, 200 tons consumption per day. Maybe we'll have an aggregate unloading station set up for it, with a small storage. I think coal is just going to go directly into the building. There will be a storage for coal, but that's for the train setup itself, I think. I'm realizing that there's a lot less space in here than I thought there would be. If I want to have 450 meter trains making an entrance. Yeah, the steel mill, brick factory, we still have to plan if that's all going to be in the location. Steel mill, definitely. Brick factory could be external, could be somewhere else. Could be a small village running a brick factory. That would not be a problem. But it's so small. Seen this bug happen regularly, sort of 3/4 up, looking close to straight down. I don't know. It's my preferred camera location, I guess. I've seen it happen a couple times. But never in a way that's reproducible in some way. Uh-oh. What's up with the trains? What's up with the trains? You stupid trains, I hate you so much. Why do they keep doing this? You just refueled, right? Yeah. Oh, I have to move the coaling station. This is horrible. This is not acceptable. I think we have to move the coaling station out of the area and shift it in front of the switch block, basically, for this location. Hello, Archer. Thank you. Happy Father's Day to you too, I guess. Somewhere like this. We could tear down the connection of the outer lane. How are we gonna... This is gonna disrupt our exports. I mean, we could leave a single lane active. I need to give them the ability to switch to the outer track, and then I guess... Yeah, we have to make this... We have to put the switch basically here. Alright. I guess we'll do that. This will be no more. This will allow switching on the exit, and then the one-way path will go all the way right after the coaling station. Hopefully that'll work. I'm not having traffic jams on my rail network anymore because they don't know how to use a coaling station correctly. We have to leave room for a signal and then put the switch in, and hopefully there's enough space. If not, then I don't know. We'll have to figure something out. We might be able to move the coaling station back, but that would be an unfortunate rework. Interesting that we had no unemployment because of the people walking between bus stop and train station. They're fine. Yeah, having the switch after the coaling station will be a bit better. Then they can refuel an entry on or an exit. It's far away enough for both, and we'll demolish this switch after. I might move that switch back so trains can always go here to refuel and then leave again. But realistically, I don't want that. I thought the double signal, chain signal would fix it, but evidently not. There's so many trains that have piled up. Where's the construction train? There it is. It's finally arriving. Everything will flow smoothly again once that issue has been resolved. It's only that all the trains have piled up, and that has caused a bit of a backlog. And also, how are we still making money? I guess the export have restarted, so yeah. And the oil, a little bit. Fuel still at 2,000, means oil is at around 1,000. 700, okay. Good job. Excellent work. Oh, you're refueling. Okay. No, everything is still fine. Everything is still as it should be. No dummy trains just yet. Okay, after the iron export train, there's our construction train. I think they made the smoke different color now? Or was I just imagining when they started the engine? It felt like they had a grey tint to it. Must have been the sunlight. Okay, never mind. That looked interesting. Shouldn't disrupt operations too much having these tracks built if it works. The signals will stay, we just have to have a track from here onto the outer two tracks, and then from these outer two tracks back onto these two outer tracks back onto the exit lane, and then everything will be in order, as long as we can get a signal in. It doesn't really need a signal, but it would probably help move traffic through a little bit faster. Who knows with this coaling station? And I want to be here when it does that, because we might be full on construction materials. Very likely so, because the construction material delivery is directly hooked up to the rail construction office, so I might have to remove a few of them. Train fest. There were a lot of trains, yes. Okay, so from here, as close as possible. This might even be possible. Then we can have a really short switch. I don't want to move these signals back further in case we get a 450 meter long train, just in case. We are full on gravel. Boards. And some steel. Alright, let's see. That looks very good. Yep. That will be pretty clean. From here and here onto this track and this one. How is this too sharp of a turn? Connecting both of these is not an issue, it's just this track also needs to be here. That should do it, I think. Train can move from here into all 3 lanes and from here into all 3 lanes as well. So that should do it. Oh, right. I forgot about that. We need to start from here. Otherwise I can't have the signal again on that space. Let's finish that rail construction. And then coaling will not be an issue anymore. I'm pretty sure. We didn't have any passenger trains in a while, so iron production was at a low point. Well, it's going to run back up, I'm sure of it. Oh yeah, the game crashed and there was a road here that I didn't want to have built, and I think there was another one. Don't remember which one. Oh, that's one. There we go. Some vehicles without fuel. What's going on? Did I not build a gas station? Yeah. Is it the... Oh, it's the road crane from the building repair. That usually brings that warning message. And it makes sense because the road crane has worked so much that it is actually out of fuel. So it isn't lying. Already building the train tracks, very nice. This is going to be a good upgrade to the system. Another bit of a traffic jam, but I'll have to wait. You are actually going to finish that. Cool. If all of the trains can do that, then we'll be done by the end of September, I think. Depending on how much traffic there will be. Oh, another construction train right here. Yep, everything's backing up. It's fine. How many vehicle repairs are over 30%? Not that many, as most of them are set to the correct value. I'll set... Okay, I didn't have everyone open. But still, not that many set to still 50%. I'll set them to 30% now and hope that all the vehicle repairs can be done. I want to keep as many vehicles as long lasting as possible. Might already be possible. Isn't the last connection missing now the outer one? These two tracks will all be hooked up correctly and then we should be able to signal. And then they can all use the correct lanes. I think. Yeah, I think it is set up correctly. Just hooking up the third train track on the customs house. The other two should work. Just making sure that is actually true. And yeah, now the coaling station is also in a good place. "450 meters. A train parked here would block the road, so we can't really do that. We should also get rid of that switch. Okay, they're leaving fairly late, because the purple is still all one block. This road being blocked, I guess, isn't too much of an issue. This one more so, because I think they're using this one for deliveries. Well, let's hook these up for demolition, I guess. Still not enough workers here. I mean, we are still disrupting passenger transportation a little bit with all of that construction work at the customs house. But it shouldn't be too bad. We're trying to make it work. we'll have to have a high voltage switch here. Otherwise, I think if there's no electricity at the cableway station, they can't even unload. So there will have to be a high voltage transformer, and probably also a switch set up fairly quickly. We could run a double underground wire of 5 megawatts each. That would give us the maximum output of the power plant onto the network. Train, please bring food here at some point. Alcohol is the first warning. Oh, right, I parked that train in the depot because it was doing nonsense with the route. Thanks for reminding me, game. That train was doing stupid stuff. Welcome back, Teku. Also should assign my trains to repair at 30% for all of them. Except the tunnel boring machine, that one may never repair. Okay, that was risky maneuver, very abrupt, kinda cool. Why not repair the tunnel machine? Too expensive. I'm putting that restriction on myself because I don't want to have any vehicles past 1960, and technically the train is like the tunnel boring machine is after 1960. And I want to build train tunnels but not spend too much time on it, so I'm allowing myself to buy a used tunnel boring machine if it's available, but then I don't have the ability to repair it. Just self-imposed restriction. Everything will be a lot smoother after this is set up. And no more traffic jam from refueling at the coaling station, because I guess we can set it up that way, sure. Loyalty at 33%, very good. Not having heating crises every year I guess kinda helps with that. Oh, the other rail construction vehicle's already present. I guess we'll keep monitoring the demolition. Let's take out another loan. 4.6%, very good. We could combine a few loans. All of them are below 1.7k, so why not? %6 loans are better than what we have right now, I guess. And I guess I'll take a loan for myself. There we go. Only one more demolition task and then everything will be its own block. And trains can run through here more efficiently. And that train is on its way. I'll check back soon. Tunnel is done. So yeah, we might bring the electricity in from the power plant to a high voltage switch. I don't have a power cable large enough yet to bring all of the 10 megawatts out. But then from here we can bring electricity to local transformers, but more importantly have two wires go to the outside. I should spend a research point on higher capacity power lines. Would be kinda handy. If we have a second power plant, it would also hook up into this switch. And then I kinda need 20 megawatts to go out. That's not going to happen that easily. But we could have an 18 megawatt wire leading outside, I guess. That heat exchanger, I forgot I already had another heat exchanger here. Wow. Now I'm a little bit upset. I didn't see that one. So now we have 3 heat exchangers and that one. Well, I guess more housing. That's fine. It's high density residential area. It should be well protected. But if we get another heating plant in with our own coal supply, then we can rework that to make it a little bit more efficient and less bunched up. At least the houses are good heated, yeah. So this heat exchanger might be heated by another heating plant at some point, and I'll just draw this connection to a lower heat exchanger here for more housing development around the cableway station. But yeah, for now it's going to be providing extra heating up there. I might need a repair station here too. Definitely a small heating plant with a police station. I think it's going to be too far away from the police station or in the city. But I haven't set up a police station in the iron mine area yet either, so I'm not sure. Alright, time to get rid of this kindergarten. Maybe also the waste storage. Oh my god, I didn't hit a footpath. Lucky me. Okay. Almost demolished an underground footpath again. Maybe the footpath setup is gonna change. I'll wait with any extra waste storages. The buildings already have one, but yeah, so we can also get rid of this one. Making more space for some more housing. Missed most of today's streams. Well, Simon, I'm sorry to say, but you've lost your license. Someone else will be Simon now. And if you're saying you missed most of today's streams, that means you have missed 2 out of the 2 streams. Because if you've only missed 1, since you're technically here right now, you've only missed 1 of the streams. Which is not most of the streams. I'm confused. Are you here right now? Oh, rail demolition. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Only boards, okay. Sure. Excellent. Signal, signal. Oops, sorry. Like I said, this train station is not long enough for 450 meter long trains, but they shouldn't be waiting here too long. A little bit traffic on the junction is probably fine. Nothing ever has burned down here so far. No distribution office or anything. What about the fire trucks? 42%. They're all getting repaired on the same day. I'm going to change that up. I'm going to get an VOD fire truck that has a different date on it. So it doesn't repair on exactly the same day as the other one, and we have another building burned down. How's the loans now? Very good. We just combined a bunch of them. We have as much money available as loan capacity that we can borrow as we owe. We went down from 450,000 rubles per month to now 330,000. .7 interest. Actually, most of the loans have been taken out with a 4.6 interest, but yes. It's very good. Well, actually. I'm back to 4.6, yeah, because the iron train arrived. Making good progress. 220,000 rubles for each iron train. It's good money. If the iron trains ever go to the steel mill, we will have to change them to the faster engines, for sure. But coal power plant first. I guess until that becomes a thing, until we have like better power lines, we could set up an above ground wire, or 2 above ground wires. Workers dying again? Shouldn't be. It's just we're at our population limit, I guess. Birth rate is even to death rate and escape rate, so I think it's fine. Might be a bit extra pollution here from the demolition work, I guess. Are they escaping just because they have nowhere to live, or is something else going on? They will become unhappy as 21-year-olds and higher without their own flat, and at some point they escape, yeah. Because of that. Shouldn't be anything else. Then, if they have no room to live, the 240 21-year-olds are going to go down. It also reduces birth rate because people are unhappy, and then at some point there's enough flats that with people that are happy, so birth rate will go up. As long as we have a lot of 21-year-olds without their own flat, everything is fine. There's no hole in the Republic, so to speak, where we have a lot of people dying. The natural ebb and flow, yeah. I'm also considering setting up another settlement, but like I said, it would be a village similar to Toimasnoi in the preparation for another expansion, but we're doing the steel mill and coal mine right now. Not so much the steel mill. Looks like that rail construction is done. At least what they could reach. It's not on auto search range anymore. I mean, since the track has been almost built here, we could lay out the path through the mountain and have the rail construction office build that as well. Height of 30 meters, 12 meters and 2 meters. Destination height 50 meters. I know the train is going to go along this mountain section. Fun terraforming incoming. I think the terraforming is pretty much done. It's just, well, okay, some of the smoothing of some spaces still has to happen, but there's not going to be that much terraforming, I don't think. We just bring the train track up here now. After we get enough height for it. Like so. Sort of. We still have to make the corner smooth, but this is the way it's supposed to run. Hello, Lopo. Welcome, Lolopod. Hello, Doogie. Welcome. What does my main export produce? It's iron. Working and being resourceful? Yes, we're doing very well. Iron, then oil from 2 oil wells, because otherwise our fuel price would still be over 10,000 rubles per ton. Then clothing, food and alcohol. Main import costs are fuel and steel. And fabric, because we're not importing crops for fabric production yet. We're also exporting clothing. I didn't want to change our clothing factories over to fabric yet. This is only for domestic food production, it doesn't have any fabric production in it. How's that iron so profitable? Iron price was very good for us right now, until now. It's at 123 rubles per ton. But yeah, if you compare that to the oil price, we had a few issues with that where it jumped over 10,000. Are you going for UF6 later on? Probably not, no. We're sticking with early start stuff. And I don't know if I want to run nuclear power production chain with that. Power at 300k soon, yeah. Power is climbing, but we're going to make our own soon. It's still very low compared to all of the other resources, it's like 10%. It's fine. Thank you for the follow, Doogie. Much appreciated. And welcome to the stream. Windmills, I can sense it. Right after airfields, yeah, we're gonna go for windmills. Okay, this is how far our bulldozers reach. The rest we should be able to hook up. No problem. I mean, it's going to be a double track, of course. We should just finish laying off one of the tracks and then make sure it looks smooth enough at least. That doesn't look too bad, I think. Is there LP going on your YouTube channel? Yes. Is there a rule for how many cars per locomotive? There's no rule. The limit is 450 meters based on the length of the long train depot. The VODs go up on YouTube unedited, yeah. I haven't uploaded anything for a year, but I thought this one with the early start definitely can go onto YouTube. I usually do mostly streaming, nothing else. But I felt like this was a nice change of pace. Good enough where it's gonna be nice to see it in the future, probably. And then we have to set up the rail line in a bit more of a smooth pattern, but in general the rail line has been laid out to cut through the mountain, and I think the road will be the afterthought this time. Yeah, definitely not that way. I'd love to see some ground removal in this game. What I mean is get rid of terraforming, but also you have to put excavators to work for leveling and depositing earth somewhere else. Yes, I also would like to have the system from Captain of Industry in this game. That one is a lot of fun, but it would make building even slower. I'm not sure if the engine would support it very well. I mean, the engine is... Captain of Industry is like 3D terrain basically, like with depth and like content of the terrain, and I think Workers and Resources is a flat texture. It's going to be a pretty rough train track, very wobbly. Might be a good idea to lay the upper one first and see if that smoothens things out. Still a bit bumpy, but better. I think the rest is okay. Bumpy right by that mountain? Yes. Is it true that realistic building has started as a mod in this game? Well, you were always able to just turn off automatic construction and just build from your own resources. But back then you didn't have any free buildings and you couldn't start from nothing. So there was a rule that, like, a rule set that someone came up with that decided that you get these types of things for free and then you can't import anything anymore. But there was no true realistic building mode as a mod. I'm not sure if there were any free buildings as a mod. Maybe there were. Caused a scandal. I'm not talking about that. I will not talk about that. No, no, we will not. We'll build one of the houses, prevent anyone from moving in, and then relocate the people of the building I would like to demolish to replace with another house. Let's go back to the customs house and make sure that the train throughput is running more smoothly now. This will also allow incoming trains to refuel while the other train is leaving through this. So, yeah. Still not sure why you are braking, though. Oh, you're trying to do a left-hand turn. No, that makes sense. That is absolutely fair. I should relocate a free construction office here and put excavators into it. Three new excavators and one I can relocate from the existing building. Should hopefully speed up any construction task here that requires road excavators. We'll be able to build things a lot faster that way. Pavers and rollers will still have to be delivered from the road construction office. Okay, meat production is more than sufficient. I'll limit the amount of workers again, because we don't want to overproduce too much. Just have enough for domestic consumption. I mean, I guess I can check how much we produced last month. Production was at 15 tons. Consumption at 15 tons. So not really that helpful, because the meat storage probably has been full for a while. But we know that we need 15 tons per month. To get 15 tons, we need half a ton per day. And currently we're making 42. Well, we're making less than 42 because I've restricted the amount. Just run 15 workers again, just as a buffer in case there's a traffic jam, and yeah, just a few workers in the meat production to keep up with demand. Its loyalty improved. It was at 33 recently, so it's slowly going up. Seems to be developing okay. I don't know where we have religion sympathy. That's curious to me. 1%. I guess it's still very low. I need to do a run with like pre-built settlements and then incorporate religion heavily into the Republic. Have a train station right next to a cathedral and bring everyone to it. I am slightly irritated that trains driving through straits still cause the beams to go down and prevent traffic from driving through. Probably because it's all A block. There's no switch, no signals dividing it. We haven't had a lot of like unhappiness spikes in a while. That was a bit of a population drop apparently. Pretty big population drop? No, not really. Just a natural decline. People being unhappy in winter and all that. Happiness is super stable. Health is dropping a little bit because winter, but yeah, around 200 people. But we still have around 221-year-olds without their own flat. Seems pretty similar. It could have been a fire in a transformer somewhere that shut off heating for a while. And since I don't have any messages enabled to show that, we don't know. I mean, we could look around for like a drop in health where it happened, but no one's complaining about lack of heating. I guess that is not really a warning, isn't it? Is it? No, wait, cold temperature is a warning. We haven't had that. Which one isn't assigned? Open hall doesn't really have to be. But it will need to be for the buildings in the future, so might as well put it at maximum search range. An unhappiness spike sounds like something you'd find in a rogue torture dungeon. That reminds me, welcome back, think like that reminds me of those comics where the aliens talk in like very objective terminology, where everyone's like, "Greetings, fellow." What do they say? Like, I need to look up that comic. Also, shut off the stream from Project 7 that raided me, otherwise I'm watching myself. I love those comics, they're awesome. What are they called? Strange Planet, okay. Yep. Why does your face malfunction? Request mutual limb enclosure. Permission granted. You're absorbing my face fluids. Let me absorb, let me absorb. Like, it's so stupid. I love it. Definitely recommend them. Let me put them on screen briefly. Like, one of them. There we go. One last hydration cylinder. Ingested now. Please keep the corridor illuminated. Okay. Imagine pleasant nonsense. Okay. It's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. Very fun, I think. I do like myself. I do like a hydration cylinder. They're excellent. Pleasant nonsense every night. Also is a lot of fun. Also is quite enjoyable. There was a broken down vehicle sign over there somewhere. I should bring some fuel to the area, otherwise the excavators won't work. Yes, now I get it. What do you mean now you get it? So let's check for broken down vehicles across the entire map, sorting by wear and tear. 79%. Nothing at 100%. 79% at 37 years is fine. There's no vehicle here with very high wear and tear that is new, so all of these are fine. Respect the death blades. Or is that like something from a role-playing game. You did respect respect the death blades to something else. Couldn't work out what was being discussed though. Yes, we were discussing Strange Planet comic, and that's quite funny. Okay, we'll bring fuel here, and then the excavators should spring to life. Kind of means we should also have like a gas station nearby. Just a regular gas station. It will be built on the road somewhere. Probably here. It's one of my favorites from Strange Planet. Oh, message deleted. You tried to post a link. Now I have to go into my own stream and see what naughtiness you pasted. Let's take a look. Oh, it doesn't even show up. Moderator view. There it is. From Reddit. Oh my god, who goes there? Who does that? Not even the direct link to the Reddit image. Okay, I'll share that before I read it. Let's see. There we go. Be careful about the flashbang. It's gonna be a bit bright on the screen. But thankfully we're already looking at snow, so that's not really much of a difference. Ba-bow. Do not squeeze. Creature is soft. Sometimes. The creature can also be sharp and painful. If we gently admire the softness, we don't experience the sharpness. Respect the death blades. Respect the death blades. That was very fun. Yes, I agree. Good comic. Good comic. I wonder if that's from the same artist or if it has just been made in the style, because it says Nathan Pyle in the bottom and not Strange Planet, so I'm not sure. The death blades. I'm gonna try something. Do I have that one enabled? Okay, think like if you want to post a link again in the future, just let me know and I can give you permission, hopefully. I mean, you can try it right now in the 60 seconds. So we can maybe make it work that way in the future. If it works. Just take the time out like a man. Sure. Oh, it works. You were able to paste Google. Everyone can see that. Congratulations. I can allow people to paste links. Outrageous. I panicked. Couldn't find anything bad enough to paste. Trying to be a little bit behaved, I get it. wonder if they're gonna add like old cableway towers. Probably not. That might be a bit much, but like an old water tower would be kind of cool. Wooden water tower, yeah. One with the cross beams. I think the game is trying to keep us low. Like whenever we're getting almost close to paying back all of the loans, it's like, oh, okay, time to modify the prices where it's like pain again. I don't know what we're importing that's that much. How about coal? Coal is going up a little bit, but not that much yet. Just the ruble price in general is inflating everywhere. Which means that our debt will also become less and less of an issue, as our loan capacity should start increasing. Art Deco towers did exist. Art Deco towers? Okay. I wonder if brick water towers existed, but I don't think well, I mean there's like aqueducts and cisterns, but I think a wooden water tower might make the most sense for the era. We'll probably set up a distribution office here, which will manage the coal distribution to the heating plant. A small one will suffice. They can pick up the coal from the power plant storage. Or we'll set up a loading station. Big fancy steel bridges were built well before 1930 or? I think steel bridges are older than that, yeah. Era of industrialization. 1850, 60 probably? But like watertight steel or iron structures, maybe not that much. Residential building has been built. Time to relocate the citizens. And now people can move in here. I have two pedestrian footpaths right next to each other. I don't like it. I do not like that. But disconnecting the footpath here... That's maybe a bit much. I guess there's going to be 2 footpaths here. On either side of the exit for the train station, that's fine. Weirder things have been built. So many people at the restaurant. Jesus Christ. They're all going to like complain about starvation at some point. Tourists? No, just regular citizens. I thought it would be fun to maybe have like a restaurant for our own citizens because they might treat it like an attraction building. Now it's just making people starve. I'm not planning on getting any tourists on Siberia. That would be a lot of heating wasted, I think. Oh, you can't get there. What? Why not? I guess you have to walk all the way around? That you don't like? Why are you so annoyed at the walking distance? This one would be shorter, I guess. Can't even get to the train station. We need to give you the footpath here. Temperature too low. Are you kidding me? Go on, heating plant, do your thing. I'm planning on having more houses. Don't fail me now. The Bessemer process improved the railways with better quality steel for rails. We're talking technology from Victoria 3 again. I like it. Why are profits in the tank now? Lots of fabric, fuel, export, iron clothes, oil is pretty low. We do like Victoria 3. We do like Victoria 3. It's not as engaging as it could be yet. We're struggling with like maybe a little bit more increased difficulty trying to get that into the game, but maybe the next update is going to be it. But we always get a good couple hundred hours out of each play, I guess. And there's going to be new achievements next time that we can attempt. Although I might have to play Austria at some point. Yeah, as long as you don't have access to the train station, you can't send your students into the school. I think we'll have a second heating plant with a road connection from that direction. It'll take coal from the same storage, but it'll be across the train tracks. We might even get it where people can walk to it directly. And hopefully the pollution isn't going to be too bad, but this will spew out a pretty big amount of pollution from this location. 40 tons. The large heating plant itself makes 26.5. This looks like it's way less polluting than the large heating plant, the modern one, because of the small chimneys. Why so many sirens? Fukina, Eleonara, Rodionovna. 15 health. Oh, you're already being carried to the hospital. Never mind. I was very close to the hospital. Looks like the cableway station is done. No power supply. What was the final outcome of the heating tests? Less than 50% productivity in the small heating plant. I mean, if you put too many too close to each other, they still affect everything. Less than 50% for a village seems fine. Like, I still think it depends on housing density also. But if you're going with the low density housing and the heating plant is running at like 50% at most for most of the time, the life expectancy shouldn't drop much below 65. Should always stay like close to, if not higher than 65. And for a village, that's kind of sustainable. But on the city side of things, having small heating plants dotted around the outskirts works. Having small heating plants inside the city causes too much of a problem. They do have to be quite far away from the higher density housing. Like this one back here next to the university worked quite well. But when I tried to like double up the heating plants running at like one worker, it was just too much pollution. So we are now running heating pipes and heat exchangers for all of the cities, and no more small heating plants. But the villages with a heating plant and housing around it, I will be reusing that. Don't really care too much about a bit of pollution in those. They do have their own clinic. What was the lowest temperature tolerated? With the insulation technology, it's 13 degrees. If you get the medical university with the weatherproofing education. Without that, I think 15 or 16. Maintenance, both are assigned. Utility is assigned. Mixers is not assigned. Workers also not assigned because it's a building construction. Open hall is assigned. Mixers is assigned now. Good. I don't think fire station has access right now. Well, the fire station from the heating plant might. That one's fairly close. Yeah, okay, we got coverage. And with the tunnel, that's pretty good. Pretty close. We'll be able to set up the power connection and get the cableway running, and then we don't need any small vehicles. We can just bring the workers in by cableway. I should bring the cableway cars in already. 28. That's a lot. Wait, do you have one cableway car too many, or what's up? Looks like that's the case. Oh no, you're at the customs house. Oh no, you're getting repairs. Never mind. I guess you weren't done yet then? Why are the repairs so slow? Yeah, we're missing one cableway car here. You weren't done because you were waiting until loaded at the customs house, so... Last cableway car to the appropriate station. And then you can go back to the customs house and we'll send you out again. I don't think we will have a conveyor going over the hill to supply coal to the heating plants. We can run a truck route for that with the large dump trucks. That will be fine. I'll be able to start building the tunnel soon. Going up to the iron mine. That's gonna take a while. This footpath setup is so strange. Kinda wanna rework that, to be honest. It's so strange. Oh, I have an idea. What if I just bring it underneath the mine and then loop it back around to bring it up? Maybe that'll work. So something along the lines of having the exit over on this side. Giving us a little bit more space. It should be a metro, because then we can bring it further down. Wait, now you don't want to connect here anymore? No way. I had a point there. You can't do that to me. We already established that I can get that connection. Oh wow, that just works out right. Beautiful. Don't even need that connection anymore, I guess. We can just connect it directly now, I think. I will still have to bring it to the mountain here first. But then it should be able to go up on its own. Lovely. And that is still in range. It's not really ideal because they will spend a lot of time walking. But the coal mine has a lot of efficiency. I think we have more than the 400 something tons we can output for the 4 processing plants. If it's too inefficient, we can still run a bus route up here as well. Directly to the mine. There's nothing else up here. I just thought it would be nice having people be able to just walk up there directly. And only running a single bus route. I think we'll run a temporary wire here to get some electricity before we hook it up permanently. Could be a medium voltage one. We don't need a lot of electricity here instead of a high voltage one. I will also spend the next research point on better power lines. Oh, this one is locked behind research now. that was available previously, but it's now locked. We have made use of that quite a lot. Let's set up a 8 megawatt wire, just to be safe. And then later on we can hook it up more appropriately. There should be another high voltage switch over there, but that's for later, I think. Tis a temporary wire, so as long as it doesn't get too much in the way, we'll be alright wherever it goes. And I'll provide electricity to the location. Now you have to tear all the ones you used down. I definitely remember using them at the iron mine setup. We brought the power line up here that way. Is there a way to make buses be like distribution depots, where instead of them always going straight there and back, like on a route, but it is moderated somehow? With end stations. You can use end stations to moderate traffic. There is line spacing, usually, that you can enable on a route. With an end station, it's a bit more smart than that. So let's say, for example, you have a bus route. Case in point. Oh my god. Hello, Decipher. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, everyone. Say something funny right now. Breadsticks. I think breadsticks is a pretty funny word. Not sure if you will agree, but it's the fastest one I came up with. Ah, good, excellent. Coming back to your, let me do the intro for the, or like the welcoming for the raiders first, but I'll get back to you, Nitangil, very shortly. Welcome, raiders. I'm the Sprite Shirt. The Cypher has decided to raid you over here for various reasons. One of them is that we run cool steam locomotives in an Eastern European Cold War society, and the other one is probably the chill synthwave tunes we have in the background, and maybe Mega Monkey had something to do with it. But yeah, welcome, raiders and the Sprite Shirt. We're playing Workers and Resources, city building game with a lot of detail. Das was. Hello, Scarlet. Welcome. Choo choo indeed. Very nicely animated. Ignore the person just getting crushed by the train. So coming back to the question with the end stations and the line spacing. Normally, if you send a bus between two routes, let's say, I'm not going to load anyone, so it's like even testing. And then maybe you have a third stop. For example, I don't know, bus stop over here. You would expect that bus to just like run the route normally. If you had more vehicles than one, you could set up the line spacing here. So they try and keep lines spacing between each other to about even levels. But then they will just slow down on the road, and it just makes the line take like longer to get where they need to go. But it will go to all the stops, even if there's nothing to do. You can change that up by using an end station. If there's nothing to do, then usually they just go to the end station and wait there. But I think if all of the stops have nothing to do, then it might still run all of the route. We'll see. If it realizes there's nothing, like if I put an unload command here and an unload command and the bus has nothing to unload at these stops, it should go directly to the end station, which would make the route more efficient. You can see it skipped the other two travel destinations, and it's going right to the end station, where it can refuel, and the end station also handles the line spacing. Sorry, Decipher, I was asked a technical question about how we can optimize bus routes. I hope that wasn't too boring. But it is very important to this game because optimization is key. Mega Monkey probably already told you all of that and showed you in excruciating detail. Yes, please take notes like Mega Monkey. Mega Monkey isn't here right now, so no one's there to take notes. It's very sad. How was your stream? I've seen your stream recently. I think you've been dabbling in different in a different style. Like I think you've been going a little bit more synthwave recently. Gonna be going towards chiptunes next. Maybe Soviet wave. Maybe I don't know. Death metal. Yes, I know what you've been doing. You can't hide it. We are currently in the process of setting up another production facility, which is going to take us a couple in-game years. A coal mine with coal ore purification, and then a coal power plant so we can make our own electricity is the idea. I'm going to bring in the cableway cars so that we can run passenger transportation from the city to this area over the mountain, which has already all been built. It's just lacking the cableway cars themselves. They're so cheap. It's glorious. 28 should be enough. Did you not already deliver that? You didn't. Oh my god. Okay, well then bring it here. Because you still haven't done that delivery, I guess. I thought you were already done. So what if I have like 200 workers needed for a factory, but there's only 5 at the bus stop? But could go up to 3060, which would be better for the bus. If you only have 5 at the bus stop, well, you have to ask yourself the question where all the workers are. Is your city large enough, or do they walk to a different bus stop, for example, and you should disable workers waiting there? There's no plan to any of it. It's always random. It's random. Well, if it's random, then there's chances. How can... I mean, something must be influencing you. Is it like other media you're consuming, or is it... I don't know, like... You have to decide something. You can't just like start the stream and then suddenly you pick one thing, right? Chance of me running away now. Okay, well... Have a good day, Decipher. Thank you again for the raid. Much appreciated. Sorry for scaring you by almost putting in a song request, I guess. It's the same game, like Mega Monkey is playing all the lifetime, is it? Yes, it is Workers and Resources. We've been really a lot in that into that game right now, because it recently released a DLC that added all the buildings to it. I'm not sure if Mega Monkey already explained that to all of you, but yeah. Basically the game was from 1960 to 1990, with some more vehicles and content after. But the core concept was the time frame of the Cold War. And the DLC added more content in the time frame from 1930 to 1960. Doubling the time span, giving you access to a different type of locomotive, steam engines, which is very cool. And just slowing down the game pace in general. We are in 1977, but I've opted to not import any modern equipment past 1960, so we're going to be stuck in the slow era for pretty much ever in this run, I think. To set a house, to prefer the bus stop to a percent rather than messing with the buses. Well, if you send people from a house to a bus stop, then whatever they were going to before doesn't get the workers anymore. Usually you go into like the service buildings and maybe lower the amount of people working there. For example, if you're building a hospital, there could be 25 staff and 25 doctors working here. And I've lowered it down to 10 each, which saves me a lot of workers that can go elsewhere. But then you have to keep in mind how many like visitors to that building there are. Getting close to 50% here, so at some point I should probably increase it. But yeah, if you have very few workers and you definitely need someone at the bus stop right now to run the heating plant, then yes, assign one house to send all of the workers to the bus stop at least. So you always have someone to pick up. Minus, 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 question, question, question. Plus 150, minus 150? What do you mean? Money, maybe? I'm confused now. It's also getting late. I'm also getting raided very late. I still appreciate it a lot. Earn from 30k to 22k, 220k back to 30k. Probably a train like a citizen goods train arrived, exported all of the food and alcohol, and then imported fuel again. That's usually what happens. Fuel is very expensive for us. It has been since pretty much 10 years into the game. But yeah, citizen goods arriving at the customs house and doing that import makes that sort of normal. Could also be the construction material train, although that one exports lumber and that usually doesn't make that much money. Alcohol is fuel. Well, not in this area. I guess for the people it is, sure. It's usually a water replacement. Because it's drinkable. Because when it's distilled, it has been purified. I'm not sure why I was like sounding as if I'm complaining about getting raided. It's just, I don't know. It's getting late. That's all I'm trying to get at. Decent profit. Loans should still be paid back over time. As long as we're in the green. I imported vehicles for 134k last month. That was all the cableway cars. No, the stream's just started. No thinking about the time. Oh god. It's like 1 hour before midnight. And I have switched my sleep schedule to something a little bit more reasonable in recent time. So I believe yeah, that the stream will end soon. We're going to set this to where it will send people that are on the bus stop to any building, and when any other building has been supplied with workers, it can send them back to the cableway station to either be picked up or, yeah, I guess they would be picked up again and sent down back into the city. Gotta make sure that all the workers get used properly, utilized. 0 actually works. I always set it to 1. Yeah, 0 works. If you set it to 0, it means everyone has to really make sure all the other buildings are full. If you set it to 1%, then 1 in 100 workers will make the trip, regardless. Like if I set this to If I set it that way, they should still send people to the bus platform. Okay, did the truck make the final delivery for the cableway line over here? Yes, we have 24 out of 24 now, meaning that we can now send the delivery to the new line. Only. We should be seeing a cableway car running here soon, and then it's just gonna keep increasing in amount. I think we're gonna have larger fire trucks in this area, maybe. I don't know. I like the AMO. It's so old school. Let's just go with the general combo that worked until now. We still need electricity here, otherwise no one can use the cableway car to unload at this area. Power lines have been built. We have electricity on the switch, so the only thing missing is the transformer. And that one's getting built right now. And then I guess people making their way to the cableway station. It'll give us access. People can then walk here if I allow them to. Right now no one's allowed to walk in. Once we have power on the exit. I guess we could throw in the brick factory back here, but I really want to have the other storage for export in this area to make sure we can fit the long trains in. Steel mill and coal export by train are to be decided in the future. Right now, we would run out of power if I don't make my own, so that has priority. Looks like you can reach the train station now, which is good. Let's build the next house. I'll have to check the heating plant during winter, make sure it's not over 70% capacity. Say something funny. Why did I think of breadsticks? Let's not think about it. Breadsticks with garlic? Now that's delicious. There's nothing funny about that, I think. Oh, I guess it's slightly funny, maybe. Still no cableway car, man. Deliveries, there's the first one. We have a cableway car. It's almost touching the ground up the hill here. I should be bringing in the cableway cars to the station at the city. It's not going to be connected in the future, but right now the deliveries over there would be faster because it's shorter. Easier to get to. Had 34.6% humor. Very accurate evaluation of the situation. I concur. Hello, let's call on yet? No, we're building the... We've built the fire station and the cableway station to bring the workers to the fire station, and we're developing slowly. We're building up to the what's the tunnel. That'll set up the coal mine, and then in the meantime get to the processing plants. Coal power plant will be built last, I think. Still need a connection for it. We should at least get like a slightly more efficient power line hooked up. I think... Wait, if with the next tech we would get the high voltage wires 12 megawatt, that would be enough to get the power hooked up here. And then I guess I could also get rid of the temporary power connection and replace it with two 12 megawatt wires leading out of the area. I was thinking of an 80 megawatt wire, but I'm okay with underground wires. Feel like your construction is too slow for 7k population? I'm not scaling up my construction based on population count. We're spreading ourselves out across the whole map. And I'm not bringing the construction workers from Bogotá up to this area. It's just the construction sector we have from Sovskoy, which we're also using to build up more housing, basically. And more tunnels and footpaths. I don't want to have too many vehicles running around. Not that many visitors here. Never mind, I take it back. People arriving here by train. Do we have issues with food in Bogotá, or why are there like people with trains getting to this place? It looks like it's fine. I'm also not optimizing the way I'm building. I'm fine with like having short sections be built and then not have the whole road be built and then make the connections later. This is fine for me. I'm okay with that. It slows it down a little bit. But also not that much, because they get to another connection and we'll start building the other two connections already while also continuing the road. But it does mean that the vehicles have to drive back and forth a little bit more frequently than normal. Let's allow workers. We already have that. Excavator will have finished the footpath soon. People from here can go anywhere that they want to, which it will include the train station and other workplaces. And now people should walk over here. And in the future we can set people from the train station to send 50% of its workforce over to the cableway station. Short section of asphalt roads take forever. Rarely upgraded from gravel for that reason. They take a bit, yeah. They take a dump truck twice and a bunch of workers. I'm just going for that here for the looks, I guess. But gravel is usually fine, that's true. Let's send some people over here. Not that many, but 33%. People arriving by train will basically unload a third of their citizens to this cableway station now. And that'll hopefully give us some firefighters consistently. A little bit concerned for the lack of trains running. Everything still seems to be in order. The rework at the stop at the customs house was a success. I'm happy with that one. Should the fuel price ever go up highly again, we could also consider exporting our reserve, but it's there for a reason. Because if the fuel price is high, it's a good idea to use the fuel you already have and maybe turn off the imports until you don't, until you need more. Maybe the fuel price will recover then. Tunnel construction is going to start. Once the entrance has been built, tunneling phase will take the longest time, but that's okay. So yeah, now you can see that the cableway station basically unloaded a bunch of workers onto the bus platform, even at 0%, so it does work. It tries to fill everything else first, and there's currently no other construction site accessible. And those workers will walk back to the cableway station and be picked up by the cableway car. Because that's the way how it's set up right now. I could turn off the loading, but I don't want to. I want people to walk back and forth and be transported between the stations, excess workers. So the people waiting at the bus stop will basically check if they need more workers at the fire station or other buildings. And if not, they'll just head back to the cableway station and go back to the city to see if there's any work that needs to be done. And I guess now that we have a reliable source of firefighters here, we can also start building the power plant if we want to. But realistically, we should just set up the coal processing first. Plus the coal mine, of course. It's going to be a bunch of construction waste and mixed waste generated here, which we will have to drive over to the iron mine. But we're not producing for export and not in excess, so it should be fairly limited. Thank you for the follow, Echo 5 Animo, much appreciated, and welcome to the stream. You need that rail DO, too many trains on lines. I disagree. If we're going to use a rail distribution office, then we're going to have a lot more trains running. Like, this is a single train. If I would use a distribution office for that, it would be ridiculous. It would be like 4 or 5 trains running. And each city has its own train. A single train that's running constantly, which also makes sense. It's keeping the supply in check. Maybe the citizen goods trains could be replaced with a rail distribution office to send larger chunks of resources to the city whenever they start requiring more content. But I do like the train also functioning as an export train. Like the Sovskoy train going to the factory, picking up food and alcohol, then going back into the city and then refilling the storages, and any excess makes its way to the customs house for export. Makes sense to me. That means the city storage always has priority. Construction trains too, they run all the time and annoy me eventually. Construction trains can become annoying, yes. It's usually not an issue when your rail traffic is slower than your rail construction vehicles. But we did switch over to faster trains, so the construction trains get in the way. I'm also still running like workers in the rail construction office, which I could probably turn off. Or we just start building this train track. I just laid it out and never really started work on it. Yeah, let's build this train track, I guess. Put down some signals, get them to work on it. Fairly large junction here, but that's okay. I think that'll take over for the rail construction office in Bugodonsk. It's gonna be a lot closer. And this one we can turn off, I think. There's no more work to be done here. 20 more workers making their way up to the iron mine or closing factory. Until we at some point maybe need another rail construction, but... or like rail demolition. If a rework has to be done. Or a rail upgrade, even if we want to upgrade to like concrete tracks and actually make use of that 100 kilometers an hour for the passenger trains. But not right now. Let me bring our lone bus that was stationed at Ugodonsk into this construction office over here and assign it to pick up workers from the bus stop, which would be the access workers that aren't used in the fire station, and they can help with the road construction. My god, the cableway car deliveries are so slow. I guess the customs house is quite far away. We got 3 now, out of 28. If I had a larger truck, I might be able to deliver 2 at once, but... nope. Largest truck we are going to get has already been put onto the line. That's all we have. I guess we could use multiple. That's maybe an idea. Yeah, sure. What's this line? That's an old line. Iron mine, yeah. Let's get rid of that. Just send a couple of vehicles to bring the cableway cars in. Makes sense. It's 4 vehicles, not 5, so there should always be a single line still open in the customs house for other traffic to make its way through, hopefully. Looks like the bus has arrived. This area has space for a settlement. I don't see a purpose for it yet, other than just extending our range. If we develop the road to go up the hill, cross the train track, and then keep to the right of it and run alongside it, This is a location, this is a location. There could be 2 villages out here. Maybe even 3 or 4. I kind of wanted to have the new villages to be like part of the train track. So if we like plan for a train track to be built here into a train station, that could already work. But I think it makes sense to have it like go off and not be part of the main line, because the main line is going to run resource trains, and if the resource trains have to slow down for the passenger trains, it's just going to create a bunch of traffic issues. So the main line will be a continuous path, and the settlements might be all terminus stations or run-through stations, but like off of the main line. New house is finished. 21-year-olds without their own flat is going down. Let's see if the heating is going to be enough. Pretty much should be. Do I want that other grocer? I think it makes sense. It would reduce walking distances and allow us to have even more housing here easily. Could be it. And sure, let's build that other house too. And then we'll check the heating during winter. Population should now go up. We have 20 people who cannot find a flat right now. Those are highly educated citizens, and oh, we have too many of them, it looks like. Road for store. Yes, you're right. Thank you. I still haven't set up the vehicle depot, I think. Considering tearing down this footpath and putting a vehicle depot right here. Would be fairly close to the repair station as well. Yep, that would work. Still should have the repair station in range through the other footpath. Excellent. We'll get rid of the access to this waste storage and the waste storage itself, and the other one should be able to stay. I need to continue upgrading the road along here. Ink pollution? Oh, incoming pollution. For this demolition? It's not that much. Shouldn't be that bad. I mean, the waste is still here, like it's 0.17 tons of mixed waste that someone can go and pick up. And I don't think it's spoiling away, so I'm not sure. Maybe we should wait until all the concrete is here before we throw in over 1,000 workers. Could add a few more concrete trucks, I guess. Otherwise the industry construction will take pretty long. So yes, I will fill out the construction offices with more vehicles now. 50% more trucks. There's more and more workers heading over here as the number of cableway car increases, and I guess each train coming in from Bogdansk unloading a third of its workers over here. Plus people that are waiting too long also make their way in this direction. I don't think I've researched the improved alcohol quality tech either yet. Didn't really have the time. I thought I would make that like a tech that we get fairly early, but so far it hasn't happened yet. Let me just make sure we actually do not have a vehicle depot nearby. Nope, just 3 ones in 3 kilometers range. So yeah. Set up a large one. Which I believe we should be able to build here. Does the game think that... No, the game is fine. Thought the game was complaining. It is complaining if we're building it that way, I guess. Definitely enough space for waste storage in the area. Maybe I can fit a small waste storage here and get a cheeky footpath connection to it. Then we wouldn't need a replacement waste storage on the outside. If I remove this building, it would still snap to it. Like, if I set it to demolition, I mean. So that wouldn't help. Doesn't look like it's possible. Other infrastructure in the way, which is probably the water tower. It's not the water tower. Then it's the pump. I guess that works. Then the building has its own waste storage. Some other people are probably also going to dump some waste in here. But at least I can skip on the external storage for now. It might still appear back in the area, but not for now. It's going to be nice having a vehicle depot here. Can get rid of all the free ones. Also have to build waste storages in this area. Otherwise the fire station is going to run full. And we're planning on handling all the waste locally by large trucks. So a large waste storage next to this location, which also handles the power plant, is a good idea. Still need electricity here. I mean, we can run one processing plant. Building all 4 of them right now would be overkill, but all of the other support structures should be built. So we'll build everything but 3 of the processing plants. And I also need the waste storages hooked up. We're planning for 9 of them. As in where we're going to dump the ash on. And that means I also need a distribution office over there. What is inflation like? Third highest material ruble to dollars. Been like 47 years. It's pretty much in line with a regular start, but like 30 years behind. It's all just shifted. Chemicals. Inflation 4 to 1. Clothing 4 to 1. Fuel is not as much. Usually that only happens once you start exporting fuel or bitumen or oil in large quantities. But yeah, inflation is about 4 to 1 right now for most resources. So distribution office and 9 waste storages should deal with this. Small distribution office will be sufficient. It'll have to go to the last incinerator first. And then just a bunch of large dumps after. If we need more than 9, then it's going to be a bit of a space problem here. Even fitting 9 in, it's going to be a bit dicey, but yeah, I guess we can develop more space in the back of this. And in the beginning, like 4 should also be fine. I'm not going to connect this one right now because that'll make it too difficult to place this as neat as I want to, because it doesn't like the road being right there. But otherwise this is fine. This will get us started on the way to having our own coal, and we'll run the coal storage full with a power plant, and production is going to slow down anyway. Single processing plant for 4 waste storages will be plenty. Plenty of waste storages, that is. Well, it's close to midnight, and I'm going to call it here. It's been another 4-hour stream. A good amount of streams for today, I think. 2 streams. 9 hours total. And we've made some progress on the development of our own coal production. I'm sorry, Simon. Next time we're gonna see if our heating is gonna be sufficient, if I don't forget. And then maybe develop some more housing. There is more housing being built right now, and a grocer, and yeah, we'll see how it goes. Apologies for yesterday's suggestion for a raid, turned out to be a damn squib. It was fine, like, he was also streaming for a long time, and like, as long as he was having fun. It was a chill stream after all. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm also a damn squib. There's nothing bad about that. You're welcome. Like I said, take care everyone. I will see if there's anyone I can raid. Maybe. Project 7 isn't streaming. What are we gonna do? Could go back to Kaelvin. We raided him once, but we raided them once, but the channel was set to follower only. What about Viventar? What does that look like? Let me take a look. I think it's modded. Also they have a, what is that? Argonian skin, or like an Argonian character from Elder Scrolls Skyrim, I think. We're gonna raid over there and see how they react. Might be fun. No talking so far, but we'll see. We will raid someone called Viventar, who apparently is British. Take care everyone, have a good rest to your Thursday afternoon, wish you all the best, and I'll be back tomorrow. Probably more workers and resources, but maybe also some more clan folk, because I really want to continue that run. In any case, take care, all the best, and maybe I'll see you next time.